All right, welcome everybody. I'm going to say we go ahead. Hello, Janice Titel. And sorry if I'm using first names and I should be using last names. My apologies. All right, so I'm going to share a screen here real quick just so people can actually see the schedule today. We will be kicking this off with Angelo Skembry Sensei, then Sam Titel Sensei, and then Gary Marx, and then Ola Karasik Sensei. Okay, so let me see here because I'm arranging all of this. Just a moment. Okay, so welcome everyone. And I just want to introduce our first instructor, Angelo Skembry Sensei. He's third dan from Evolution Dojo in Athens, Greece. And his dojo is part of Aikido Shimbokukai. And Angelo Sensei started his involvement with martial arts in 1998, where he started practicing jiu-jitsu in the UK. In 2001, he began training in Aikido in Greece and has been an instructor since 2005. He holds the rank of Sandan from the Aikikai and is a member of Aikido Shimbokukai. He founded Evolution Dojo in Athens, Greece, to provide an environment for personal development through martial arts. And I'd like to welcome Skembry Sensei.
Hi guys, thank you very much, Kay, for the introduction. To be honest, it's my first Zoom class. We've been, although we've been closed like more or less everyone else for the past few months. Well, not few, but anyway. We've been lucky enough to hold classes in the park, so my place is not really optimized for home training or Zoom classes, so bear with me. I don't even have actually a picture of the sensei for us to rate to, so I'll just bow to you guys. This is my first class, so I'll probably be teaching very basic stuff for everyone. Please don't hesitate to ask a question. Kay, please interrupt me if necessary. I'm hoping everyone will have a good time.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you and welcome.
So let's get started. Let me just get the chair out of the way. All right, so let's start with a bow and a very short warm-up. Onegaishimasu. So just light warm-up. We're going to be here for about 4 hours, so
don't bounce. Don't want to bounce.
So just twist around. Big circles now. Just a bit to the side. Now twist to take your forehead to your knee if you can. The other way. Weight on your front knee. And change. Now weight on your back knee. Twist the back, inside. Weight on both legs. Just squat a bit. Twist around. Some deep breaths. Just wiggle, twist your knees gently. And keeping your torso upright, just go down. Once again. Down. Right, let's lift our legs upwards gently. We're just warming up. And the other side, inwards. Okay, just kick freely. Place the ball of your foot firmly into the ground and keep it steady, and then twist your ankle around. The other side. Just move a bit back. Okay, some Aikido. Aikido. Kaitenage. Sankyo. And stretch the elbow, cross your chest. Right. Inhale and try to keep the air in. Once again. Gently on the left and on the right of your, what's that called now? Your back of the neck. Okay, semicircles. To the side. Forward. And sideways backwards. And a few more semicircles. Okay, I think that should do. Today I want to do a little basic stuff that involves starting with basic movements that we do on our own, and then use weapons to enrich them and see how these movements can be adapted, so that, especially now that we're mostly training on our own, maybe you can, this will be helpful for everyone to to clean up and make sure that every motion is quite, let's say, well defined before moving on to practicing with partners, which in which case we need to adapt it to the partners. So let's start with a few shomenuchis. Take Hidari Hanmi, left foot forward, your weight, try to have it 60% on the front leg, 40% on the back leg, and hands in front of you. And what we're going to do is do some standing shomenuchis without any feet movement to try to isolate the waist. Okay, so what we're doing now is raising our hands to the forehead, not more than that, and then throwing forward. Okay, in this, when the hands are in front of us, we need our shoulders to be perpendicular to the direction we are facing. So this is a square stance, and this is Hamni. So more or less every attack involves changing from a square stance to Hamni. So what we're doing now is raising and throwing and making sure that the motion is driven by our waist. It's our waist that twists and the elbows that follow. Okay, try to get this back leg, this waist bone to move forward, and at the same time pull back the front side so that they're on the same level. Okay, 1 and 2, 1, 2. So let's go together 10 times on one side and then 10 times on the other side. It's knee. We're doing it slow now. We'll have another set where we are doing it a bit faster and we're throwing our hands. Sun. See. Go. Rock. Sits. Huts. Ku. J. The other side. Right foot forward, make sure that your weight is, is slightly more in the front rather than the back. When you twist your waist, try to avoid taking the weight to the back foot. While I'm twisting and my stance is square, my weight still has a tendency forward. So it's knee. Sun. Si. Go. Rek. Sits. Huts. Ku. J. Okay? So we'll do this again, now a bit faster, where we're aiming to throw our front hand forward while cutting with the back hand backwards. Okay, try to, when you're raising your hands, you always inhale, exhale when dropping, and both hands. Okay, so left foot forward, Daihamni, and it's knee, sun, si, go, rek, sits, hats, ku, j, right foot forward, it's knee, sun, si. Try to keep the back hand fairly close to your body. Don't extend it too much outwards. You need to cut. The idea being that you have a forward attack coming towards you and you just make sure that you're safe from the attack, slightly deflect it. Go. Rek. Sits. Hats. Ku. J. Okay, so everything clear so far? Any questions?
No questions in the chat.
Great. So same thing now, but stepping forward. I'm building up to something here, so bear with me a bit. When I'm stepping forward and doing the attack, I'm trying to close my distance to the opponent. It's very important that this happens as quickly as possible. So try to keep your weight on your front leg and only move the back leg forward, okay? Sometimes we take it, how many that's too, let's say, let me step up, that's too long. And then when we try to move forward, if our weight is not properly distributed, then what we tend to do is draw back the front leg to be able to step forward. And this is not the optimal move because you're wasting a little bit of time before being able to attack the opponent. So what I want you to do is make sure that your waist remains on one level. I'm not raising myself and then dropping. Okay, this is, again, this is a necessary movement. I need to conserve the energy and put it all into the attack. So, hidari handi, stepping forward, migi handi. Try, another detail that I want you to pay some attention to is that when I'm going forward with my attack, the attack needs to begin as soon as the leg leaves the, if I have my legs in parallel, and once I start stepping in, my hand needs to be launched as well. We need to avoid doing this, stepping forward and then launching, because there's an instance where we have closed the distance to the opponent, but we're still vulnerable because we haven't launched the attack. So I'd like to pay some attention to bringing our hands together and our legs together, and then stepping forward and launching the attack at the same time. So if I'm here, again, shoulders perpendicular to the direction I'm facing, and launching and stepping in at the same time, not this. Okay, so let's start with again, we're going to do 20 iterations, 20 repetitions. We'll start slowly, make sure the movement is clean, and then try to do it a bit faster, a bit more realistically. Left foot forward, hidari handi, and let's go. It's step back, knee, sun, si, go, sits, huts, Q, J. Right foot forward, same thing. Hits, knee, sun, C, go, rek, sits, huts, Q, J. Okay, so let's go now a bit faster. Try again, try to throw your hand forward. So, very handy, and let's go. It's knee, sun, C, go, back, sits, huts, Q, dip, right foot forward, it's knee, sun, C, go, back, sits, huts, Q, J. Okay, is that clear so far? No, any questions? I don't see any questions in the chat, any additional things, so.
No.
Moving on. Okay, so let me check the time. Okay, we're doing fine. So, next exercise, same thing with an Irimi Tenkan movement. Now, stepping forward, raising my hands, and then Tenkan and cupping. Here we're changing the routine a bit. We have the common element with the previous exercise is that we have our hands on our forehead on the midpoint of the exercise. So step forward and then Tenkan with a cut. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Okay, so we're going to take it slowly. Think of some minor points to watch. Make sure again that you're not raising your waist and then dropping it. Okay, don't do this. And when you finish your Tenkan, make sure that your weight is on the front leg and you're not falling backwards. Okay, so 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay, so let's go 10 repetitions from each side slowly, and then 20 repetitions that are a bit more intense. It's 1, 2. Knee. 1, sun. 1, 2. C. 1. Go. Rek. Sits. Huts. Q. J. Okay, 20 now, another 10 now. I don't think there's a point in doing it the other way unless you just want to see it more clearly. So let's go the same thing a bit faster. So it's knee, sun, see, go, rek, sits, hats, ku, jib. Okay, so what we're going to do now is go for the same movements and same stepping exercises using our boken. And we're going to, the objective of the exercise is that when we have the added weight of the boken, there's another factor to consider. It's not just our weight, it's also the weapon's weight. And it's not the weapon that so much interests us, it's the opponent's weight that we need to handle. And if we're lacking an opponent, the weapon is the best tool for the job. Make sure that whatever weight movement we do during the technique is also the, let's say, the most efficient one. So let's start with the boken. Keep it in front of you. We're doing these exercises. I usually do them as warm-up exercises before weapon work. So we don't need to actually do any significant throwing. I just want you to raise the weapon and just lower it, and make sure that when it's in your back, that when it's raised, it's approximately parallel with the ground, and when it's down, it's an extension of your center. If you try to extend this curve, it will go through your center. So, by the way, if you don't have weapons or if you have space restrictions, you can use a bottle of water to do the same thing. Just instead of the weapon, just try to feel the weight of the bottle and make sure that you're working with it. Or you can also use some training weights like these, where you just wrap them around your wrists, and it's more or less, it should be a very good substitute for this exercise. So let's go. Again, we're going for square stance and hammy. Knee, sun, see, go, rek, sits, hats, ku, jib. Okay. Left foot forward, same exercise. It's knee, sun, see, go, rek, sits, hats, ku, jib. I'd like to do another set. So try to 1 and 2. Try not to allow the boken to go, too far on your right, outside your center. It's not going to be entirely, on top of your axis, because that's a bit unnatural in this exercise. But try to keep it fairly close to your center. So once again, it's knee, sun, see, go, rek, sits, Hats. Ku. J. And left hand side. It's knee. Sun. See. Go. Rak. Sits. Huts. Ku. J. All right, now, so that was the very basic exercise. Now we're going to do the same thing while stepping in. So what we're going to do now is do the same kind of motion, but now we use our second hand, our free hand, and just stop the bokken here, square stance, and move forward and cut with both hands. This is pretty much the same movement that you do when you do an Ikkyo Omote. So here and go in. You can have your hand, well, if you were doing a Gyonkyo, your hand would be thumb facing forward. If you're doing an Ikkyo, your thumb would be facing backwards. So you can do this both sides. I'm just giving you the basic principles, and if you want to trade it on your own, then both sides are fine. So I'm going to move a bit further away and just showing it again a couple of times. One, stop the bokken here, move forward, and cut. Okay, so let's go. Right foot forward, and it's knee. Wait, don't try not to be in a rush. So wait until the bokken movement has stopped, and then move forward with a cut. Sun. See. Go. Rek. Sits. Huts. Ku. J. Left hand side. It's knee. Sun. See. Go. Rek. Sits. Huts. Ku. J. Okay, I'd like to go through this another time. I'm going to face the camera now. So, break anything. It's try to cut a bit more cleanly now. Make sure that the hand holding the bokken goes backwards at the end of the motion. Knee. Sun. See. Try to keep the waist on the same level. Go. Rek. Sits. Huts. Ku. J. Okay, left hand side. It's knee. Sun. See. Go. Rek. Sits. Hats. Ku. J. Okay, now we're going for the same exercise, but with an Irimi Tenkan like we did previously. So what we're going to do is starting again, right foot forward, right hand forward. What I do is step forward, raise my boken, do Tenkan, and then cut. Raise, step. This is the halfway point, so my hands are still raised. Tenkan, and then cut. So this is your basic Ikkyo-ura movement. So if I were doing this from a shomen attack, I would do 1 and 2, and we're doing pretty much the same thing, just with a boken to help us make sure that we're working with the weight of the opponent and not against it. What you're aiming for here is to make sure that when you do the motion, you're not struggling to get the boken to work with you. So if, for example, you raise your hands too high, then you're probably going to have some trouble twisting around and then cutting. And if you start cutting way too early, then as you're going around, you'll probably see your boken doing some weird stuff. So try to make sure that you're working with the boken and not against it. So let's go 10 times slowly. It's 1, 2, 3. Back, knee, 1, 2, 3. Sun, 1, 2, 3. C, 1, 2, 3. Go. 1, 2, 3. Rock. Sits. Hats. Ku. J. Left hand side. It's knee. Sun. C. Go. Rek. Sits. Hats. Ku. J. Okay, so let's now do the same thing, but just make sure that we don't have we try to do it without the pauses between the various stages of the movement. So what we're going to do is right foot forward. So try to do it in one smooth motion, again making sure that your waist is not going up and down, and you're not dropping your weight to the back leg. Let's go. Hits. Knee. Sun. See. Go. Look. Sits. Huts. Good. Good. Okay. Left hand side. Hits. Knee. Sun. See. Go. Break. Sits. Huts. Kill. Okay, so how is everyone doing so far?
No comments in the chat, so
Hmm.
sounds like they're doing well.
Okay, that's great. So let's move on. Next exercise again is an exercise that I use mostly for warm-up, but it also helps me again isolate the motion of the waist before going into more complicated movements which involve leg stuff. And when we are doing both the leg stuff and the waist together, sometimes things get muddled up. So I like to have some exercise to make sure that I'm working just with the waist and then combining the waist with my legs. So we're going for a right hand side hamni now, and what we're doing is letting our boken drop on our left side, taking it around our body and then cutting again forward. The idea here is to make sure that when you're cutting, your boken is cutting along your body's axis. So doing this, try to avoid doing this. This time, previously what we did is go from a square stance to hamni. Now we're going the other way around, where we twist to the outside again and returning to hamni. The boken here is a great help because it makes sure that our hand remains in our center while we're doing that. Okay, so again, try to keep it along your body's axis of symmetry. You can do this again with a bottle or weight. Make sure that you do a clean movement, otherwise you might get a nice boken to your head, and that's not very nice. Or you do it once and then remember that it was an unfortunate bend, and then not do it again. So let's go. Right hand forward, right foot forward, and hits. Knee. Sun. See. Go. Break. Sits. Huts. Kill. J. Left hand side. It's try to keep your boken Let it drop vertically. Keep it close to your body, not too far away. Ni. San. Try not to move your legs, just your waist. Keep your weight forward. Si. Go. Rek. Sits. Hats. Ki. J. Once again, both sides. It's. Ni. Sun. Si. Go. Rek. Sits. Hats. Ki. J. Right hand side. It's. Ni. Sun. Si. Go. Rek. Sits. Hats. Ki. J. So now we're going to go back this movement with the previous one where we step forward. So it's going to be 1 and 2. We're dropping the boken, getting in contact at this point, and going forward for the cut. Again, this is a movement that most of us have done during training, either as an Aikido or some other techniques. We're just doing it now with the boken so that we can start working with the weapon and then have this, have an expectation of what we should be looking for to do this technique as smoothly as possible with an opponent. So we're going to start with the right foot forward, drop the boken to the left, grab it. At this point, go forward and cut. 20 repetitions, 10 from each side. 20 repetitions from each side and in sets of 10. So it's Ni. San. Si. Go. Rek. Sits. Hats. Ki. J. So left hand, left foot forward. It's Ni. San. Si. Go. Back. Sits. Hats. Ki. J. Right hand side, let's go for another 20. So it's Ni. San. Si. Go. Rek. Sits. Hats. Ki. J. And left hand side. It's Knee. Sun. Sit. Go. Rek. Sits. Hats. Good. J. Okay, and I think that just about wraps it up for this session. Are there any questions, any clarifications that anyone might have before we bow out?
If you have any questions, please unmute yourselves and you can ask Sensei questions.
No.
No? I don't see any in the chat. Anything else you'd like to? There is a question.
Mm-hmm.
What is that bokken called?
I think they call it Bokuto or something. You'll probably find it in most online shops as the Ower style bokken, which is supposed to be fashioned after Miyamoto Musashi, the famous samurai, battled his opponents who had I think he lost his katana or something, or his opponents had a dai katana and he only had a katana or something like that. So he needed a bigger weapon, or he needed a weapon. So he took an oar and he fashioned a wooden replica, and that's how they promote it. For me, it's just a heavy weapon, and I like to do my weapons practice when it doesn't involve paired exercises, and I'm just doing shibori or my own training. I like to use heavy weapons that are heavier than normal, because they help me understand my mistakes more easily. If you get, and especially with men, your typical bokken, I think it's a bit too light, to be honest, for most normal sized people. So I prefer to have a bit heavier weapons, and so if I do anything wrong, I just feel it in my body straight away.
Nice, very nice. Thank you. Did you, any other questions from anybody?
All right, should we bow out and give people 5 minutes for
Sure.
a break?
Yeah, we can give a little break. That would be nice. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so everyone.
Sensei.
Thank you very much for your attention and following this session. Looking forward to the next one.
Thank you very much. All right. We'll take a short 5-minute break and we'll come back with some Untitled Sensei. Looking forward to the next session. Grab a water, whatever you need. Questions in the chat, let me know. This is a casual seminar. Lots of comments in the chat there, Skembry Sensei, as well. All right, hurry back, everyone. We have our next instructor coming up here shortly. When I see people back in their little windows, then I kind of know it's ready. It's time. So hopefully, there we go. People slowly coming back. Glad we had a little quick short break. And that's how I mentioned to the instructors, it shows a full hour. You can stop earlier, take questions, and we'll take a break, however you like. It's a little bit fluid. That way you fill the time as you like. If you want to go for the full hour, that's fine as well. Okay. I would like to announce our next instructor, Sam Titel Sensei. Sam Titel is a third Dan from East Lake Aikido, Minneapolis, Minnesota, USA. Sam Titel began practicing Aikido in 1999 at age 5. Wow, congratulations. They were an Ushideshi, a live-in student at New York Aikikai under Yamada Sensei, and now trains and teaches at East Lake Aikido in Minneapolis, holding the rank of Sandan. They are part of the founding Solstice Seminars team and work to nourish belonging in the martial arts world and beyond as a racial and social justice activist through body-forward inquiry. Please welcome Sam Titel Sensei. No, I'll stop sharing here. Hang on.
Yay!
So
Hey,
close.
Sam.
Sam Tatel. My mom dropped hints in the chat.
Oh, sorry.
We're going to bow in together and then warm up a little more after our break and get moving with class. Okay, onegaishimasu. And this is going to be a rolling class, so we'll just start with waking up some of our limbs. I want to practice rolling because I know a lot of people are coming back and wanting to come back gently because everything fits differently. Maybe our forearms are a little smaller, our gis are a little tighter. Still, everyone's figuring it out. And so our feet are a really good connection to the ground. So really give them a good massage, get right under the ball of your foot. Pull your toes, just a real kind wake up. And really try to draw your leg across your body. This IT band stretch is one of my favorites. I've also been thinking about rolling a lot because I'm coming back from a knee injury and before that an ankle injury. So how I move on the ground is really important so that at 27, I'm still 26. I don't sustain more injuries because I want to continue training. And if you do have questions, please put them in the chat and then Kay will read them to me as they come up.
Absolutely. I just posted the link to Sensei's, or dojo, Sensei teaches.
East Lake Aikido, it's awesome.
East Lake Aikido.
Really use your forearms to press apart your legs. So I'm not just leaning down, I'm really sinking my hips through. I'm trying to keep my torso up. And rock back and forth. It's a little knee stretch as well. Try some figure eights. Change directions. And release the stretch. And back into it. You can also use your elbows to rub out the top of your quads if those are tight. Just really sink into your heels into the mat. So each time, notice where your feet are on the mat. Whether your weight is in the balls of your feet as you breathe in, sinking into your outer foot and really ripping the earth apart. So my legs are engaged in the wake. I feel strong in my lower back as well. My glutes are also pressing and assisting. So even when static, it's not a relaxed pose. Really trying to tear the earth apart. So I'm not just standing, but really pressing out. My knees are pressing out so that my knees don't cave in. Out. And all the way up. Bring all this energy back into your pelvis, your hara, and return it to the earth. So I feel like there is energy there. It goes up and down my legs. So that's the circle I'm feeling as I'm breathing. Try to keep that motion of energy. Just like from here, when we shake our hands, you feel that buzzing and you try to make it smaller and smaller. But try to include your lower half in that. Include the earth in that. Okay. So starting just with some back falls. The most gentle of entries, unless you go straight over your back. This is not the most pleasant thing for me. Probably isn't for you. So rather really focus on going up and down one side, even if you just need to stick with one side for a bit, like this crescent moon. And try to keep your body in the same shape throughout. So I'm not leaning super forward and trying to go super high, but really figure out where the happy medium is of this shape. And it's different for everybody. Once you feel like you have an idea on that side, switch to the other one. Now switch sides. And as you notice, my hands are also keeping this big circle, like I'm holding a beach ball. And now try going back and forth on each side, but never going up your spine. Continue. I'll just be going back and forth to the gallery view so that I can see you all. Nice. The cat is not participating.
There's a dog participating though, I see.
So thank you, Ruth, for bringing this to my attention. When you come up, I'm trying not to let my legs collapse into my chest because I want this bubble I'm keeping with my hands is matched in my center. So just like when we were breathing, it's the same shape. So rather than letting my legs collapse in, I have to keep my legs out. Not out, just on the circumference of that bubble. And also from here, just like breathing, when I roll, my entire back expands. So I'm not using this little surface area. I'm breathing out to get as much surface area of my back as possible so that I have all this contact with the ground. Really make sure your back is big. And your lats are engaged too. And now bringing in the hands more so, because I don't want to just do the work with my core. If I have all these wonderful limbs, I can use them as well, or whatever people have. So from here, I'm drawing up my entire arm and pressing out all the way through from my shoulder, elbow, forearm, pinky. And my pinky is the last thing off the mat. It's helping me as well. So each roll, really feel that pressure on your arm. And it's not the only thing getting you up. You should use that momentum, but make sure you're eking out every bit of energy to make your motion as efficient as possible. That pinky is still connected. Right, practice both sides. I'm just returning to the gallery. Nice. Great job, folks. I'm so glad that people have space to roll around a little. I'm also trying to look how big of a roll we can experiment with the space people have. Okay, so we talked about pinky fingers, and now we will also talk about pinky toes, because those are also critical participants. So when I go back, from here, I personally get up on my toes. I know that a lot of people have very different ukemi for their body, for their fit, for their style, but I hope some of these tenets will help you develop your own ukemi to protect yourself too. So when I come up, I learned a flat foot, which for me puts a lot of pressure on my knee as I get up, on my ankle as I get up, because I'm trying to flick off just a way my foot is not supposed to bend. So rather, from here, when we're sitting, we come up, and that's using my entire quad, and I make sure that I tuck my toes after that. And that is rolling up from my pinky all the way up onto my full toes. So from dead toes to live toes. So just a couple times from seated, sit up, and then pop your toes. So it doesn't have to be one smooth motion yet, but put your toes underneath. And this may be difficult to do from just static. So you can also do a little, get momentum, hop your hips forward and then put your toes up. Or if you can do it from static, I need to slide my front leg a little forward so that I can use that weight to come up. It's a little cheating because I'm using the weight of my own body just as a seesaw. But make sure you put your toes under every time. And just like in Aikido, if we concentrate on how heavy our upper body is, or if it's a little farther back, I can't do this at all if I even think about going back. So rather, I'm going forward. Your hands, elbows are attached to your hip. And you push your hips forward. And as you sit down too, this is a weird feeling. Sit over your toes. Don't land on them, because that will hurt your toes. But as you sit, just sit a little past. So not directly on, but sit a little past your toes and feel your toes roll down. So you're touching every toe off your pinky again. So each toe is contact, each toe is leaving the ground as you sit on your foot. A little past your foot. So both practice getting up, making sure those toes are live. And as you sit, tucking that toe and controlled sitting back. If it's too difficult to get up, then you can practice that negative, because that will also build strength so that you can sit up again. So rather than, if you can't from here, sit up, there are two options. One, you could do a little bit of a roll for momentum, or you can just practice sitting down and get up however you want, and then practice sitting down. Because if you sit down slowly, then it will build the muscles so that you can get up forward. So you're just practicing in reverse. Just going to check the chat.
I have a quick question. Do you use a lot of quad muscle for that?
A small Sam secret, I have humongous quads. And this may be a virtue of me getting up and down this way a ton, but you should feel it in your quads, yes, but focus on your hips. So your hips are driving that power, and then you'll also build muscles around that to assist you.
Thank
But
you.
you should be feeling it in your quads, yeah. But focus on the toes. And that's why I like that IT band stretch, because I feel that draw up my entire leg as I practice. Okay. Nice. And from here, we can also fully get up. And make sure you're using your toes when you get up. So once again, classically, I was taught flat foot, and it kind of hopped off my ankle, which was unpleasant for me. But I'd rather, from here, use my toes, and I can stand up, just like the exercises we were doing to Angelo Sensei's class at the very beginning. That's a powerful motion. And then I can stand up into my hami, because I'm using both legs. So once again, practice sitting. Same time, practice getting up with the toes. Nice. And notice where your toes belong as well. So if my toes are 90 degrees, as I sat down, it's actually more difficult to get up that way. So when I do get up, I need to move my toes out so that I can actually stand up into a hami. So once again, it can't be this 90 degree that's too close. You can move your toes out a little bit so that you can support yourself getting up. I'm just making this way more difficult because I'm not letting you do a roll yet. The roll makes it easier. Just sitting and standing without momentum is where the drill is, because you're isolating these muscles to do this exercise. And so we sat down gently from a needle, but how do you sit down gently from standing? Similarly, I move my foot back. So from Hamni, I move it off the line a little bit. And I am familiar with my own body, so I know that when I sit, my knee basically replaces where my foot was in the back of my Hamni. So if I move too much, that twists me, or I have to change my angle of fall. So study with your own body. It should be right the length of your shin, so that when you go down on a line, your front foot just makes a Hamni with your back knee. And you can lower yourself gently. Once again, sit past your foot. And if this is too much for your knees, your quads, your muscles are just complaining a little bit, you can just practice the negatives. Slowly. Get up however you like. Slowly, slowly. And get up however you like. Continue practicing. I'm just going to look at the gallery for a moment. Nice job, everyone. All right, this is working your core as well, because you're not going back, you're staying forward and your core is engaged the entire time. Okay, I'm having mercy on myself and everyone. Tie 1 and 2 together, do the roll, and also get up. So from here, really slowly and intentionally, find where your foot is, sink back. I'm sitting on top of myself so that I'm solid. Sit over, roll, and once again, make sure those toes are up and stand. So the key thing is here, you should be feeling your muscles working. You shouldn't be feeling joint strain. If you're feeling joint strain, then go slower. Don't go as, Try to find where you're twisting, because nowhere here should your knees really be twisted. I've been practicing this way because my knees have hurt in the past when I practice a ton, and that may also be how much I practiced. But I'm trying to be kind to my knees. So this workout shouldn't hurt your joints at all. It should be tiring, and I hope you build up muscles to support your knees, but you shouldn't feel any tweaks. So for a few minutes, sink. And so even from here, really gently put down your knee. Switch. And stand. Nice. And as you're concentrating on your knees, also make sure your back is expanded. Slow and intentionally. Nice job, folks. And once again, make sure you're choosing a side so that you're not just rolling over your spine. Okay. switching. So now we'll come back to the ground again to start. And from here, once again, I have live toes, just getting comfortable with that. And putting one hand out like a seesaw. So say I'm in left hami, regarding hami, my right hand is out. I'm just reaching for my back leg. And also keeping that circle that we practice in the back falls. So from here, that was my back fall. Same with my front roll. Just practicing that tipping, but not collapsing at any point or being overly dramatic. So from here, I just only move my leg however much I move my front hand. Practice both sides, just that seesaw.
There's a couple of comments in the chat. One is I've learned, but if I'd rolled like this from the beginning, I'd have much better knees now. And another one, can you talk a little bit about adaptations when parts of the body don't cooperate? That's an excellent question.
And Ola, is this for the back rolls or the front rolls?
So one thing that I was just reminded that I forgot since we haven't been training in person is that I think that one of my toes actually has like a mini fracture. So the live toes on one side just don't work for me. So I find myself adapting and leaving the foot flat and then lifting it when it's not too folded. And I wanted to see if you have any thoughts about how do we know if the adaptations we make are good adaptations, or are we going to hurt something else instead, or shall we just stop, or, you know?
Definitely. I take very different ukemi on each side of my body from motorcycle accidents, that knee injury, the ankle I mentioned, separated shoulders. And I really try to, one, kind of make a map of how my ukemi is different on each side. If you have a particular injury, it's a little bit easier. But as you get up with dead and live toes, I would really try, if the live toes don't work, support yourself in other ways. Kind of, I don't know, it's called like the old man get up, the grandpa get up. I love it. From here, supporting yourself in your hands to make sure your feet get up, rather than, once again, overly straining your back toe, or just using one leg. I mean, I can do a pistol, but that's hard. It's hard on your knees, and I don't want to do that every time I get up. So if I roll and I can't do live toes, it's fine to use other parts of your body to support and make sure you stand up as symmetrical as possible. When you're taking really fast ukemi, sometimes speed trumps how you're treating your body. Because if I don't want to get hit in the face in the immediate, I need to sacrifice an ankle or a knee a little bit each time so that I have that faster ukemi. But that's kind of a different priority of when I'm taking ukemi for like a demonstration, and I just need to, I know if I'm not fast, then I may get more hurt, versus when I'm training in a seminar or class or dojo, I'm far more intentional about how I get up, taking my time, getting up and down with my breath. So definitely make adaptations, but make note of them so that you don't just look back 5 years and said, wow, when did I start doing that with my left toe? I have no idea. So always also test. It may hurt a little in the immediate. I also broke a couple of my toes right before my Shodan test. I blame Mike Jones. But I've always, so for a while I had to fall like this because I couldn't fall onto my toes. And just like with a front roll of pinky first, but then you can also do elbow, and you can also do shoulder. So too the back fall of, yes, it's really good if I can get my toes down and sink and use my entire body. I can also practice starting from my knee without jamming it into the ground, but finding that angle where I can just hop over my leg. And maybe I need to practice for my hip, where I skip to my knee. So experiment with, we do it way more with a front roll, right? Finger, elbow, shoulder. You can also do that with a back ball. Even from here, if I can't do toes, seeing where I can just sink onto my knee without using my toes. Or even from here, my hip, and that may be forward. But how to make those all smooth? The short answer is keep note of your injuries. Notice how you do things differently on each side. And you may just do things differently on both sides, and that's fine. But going back to front rolls, again, so this was the start, the seesaw of matching what my body is doing. And so now, just go to the point where your shoulder touches the ground and feel that weight. Because it's important, just like with the back fall, a less critical situation of if our legs collapse, rather than keeping our legs broad. This is more important because it may separate our shoulder, but practicing that back fall first, I know what that space feels like within my core and my body. So I want to keep that circle for my front roll as well. So as you feel weight, make sure you're not collapsing down. My shoulder is still pressed out. Everything is extending down and away from my ears. Big back. And then you can just tip over. So once again, do a few seesaws. Make sure you feel that weight and don't collapse your shoulder. So right here, my shoulder's uncollapsed, but when I'm sinking down to the ground, my shoulder is collapsed. So really press out with your whole being, your whole arm. And even if my pinky isn't touching the ground, I'm still pressing out with it. It's a kokyo. Press, press, press. You just tip over. Nice job. Right, and right, just like Angelo Sensei was saying, practice first slow, and then you'll actually notice where your body is touching. If you're having a lot of struggles with your shoulders, a really good exercise for shoulder strengthening is actually planks. We may do this in class more as, right, these push-ups, maybe. But if you're just watching TV, shoulder planks, everything is tight, and I'm not doing a plank sink, my shoulders are pressed back, everything is extended, and I should feel it in the same place, these deltoids, really expanded and pushed out. So as we do these front rolls, I want them to be the same as my back falls. Okay. So just try back and forth a little bit, and make sure the shape is the same. And if your toes suddenly aren't live, make sure they're alive again, unless you're all up. Then do what's good for your body, for anyone. So the shape should be the same. I was about to say you've all been really good and quiet, but I realize you're all on mute, so I can't judge your rolls by how they sound right now. But if rolling back and forth is suddenly louder, if you notice your feet slapping, try to fix it. Go slower and lay your feet down gently. Make sure all those points are touching. Right. So from here, ooh, that was different. What did I do different? Back. And I'm curling my toes as well in my front fall, so that rocking of my bottom foot is very sneaky. It's like a boat, but it uses that momentum to stand. So don't forget about this foot. So front fall and come all the way up. Back fall, come all the way up. All the way up to kneeling. And check how your knees are feeling in all of this. Is it a little twisty? Make sure you're using your hips to sit up rather than collapsing your core. Nice job. I'm sweating. I hope you're all sweating. Nice. Okay. Next exercise, and depending on your space, will depend on the variation that you do. But from here, once again, I want to be connected with the ground, even when I'm a little farther from it. So from here, we could just start with a stretch. So slowly, slowly, trying to get your fingertips to the ground. And right now, I'm asking you to be square. Be a square, be cool. So from here, my front foot is facing forward, my shoulders are split for my front foot, and I'm just bringing myself forward and leaning down. Correct yourself if you lose balance, but hang your hands straight down. And my hand should also split my toe. And try to remain as straight as possible. Right, this is also different. My knee is not totally straight, because that's scary and dangerous. My knee has a soft bend. And try to keep your hips flat as well, which is the really hard part. So shoulders and hips flat makes the exercise harder. Switch feet. And this, I feel, personally, my lower back, because my lower back is one of my weaker parts of me. So my chest is still big as I'm leaning down. And stop wherever feels good. If you stop kind of at a 45 and return, the goal is just to go as far as you don't lose your balance and return back to standing. So if that's a full, not today, if that is a full T from here, and you can touch your hands and return with control, that's great. If today it's just a little bit, and returning to standing, once again, it's doing an exercise right, slowly and correctly, to build up. So I want you to be under control the whole time. Nice. And remember, your hips are flat, so don't let your hips turn out. It makes it easier. We may do that later. But for right now, this drill is just leaning forward with a big chest. So I'm not collapsing down and letting my back roll. I want to keep everything extended and big. Touch the ground and come back. Or don't touch the ground. But make sure your chest is big. Nice job. So that is really hard. I feel that in my lower back. I'll need to stretch that later. So instead, now feel how much easier it is to touch the ground or go lower when you do open that hip. So before it was closed. Now it can be open and sideways. And that's way easier for me because I'm just tipping and my chest is still open. But with an open hip, I can reach the ground easier and with more control. This is like the half moon pose in yoga, which I don't do, so please correct me. But reaching to the ground with an open hip is much easier. Compare the difference with a closed hip strictly forward or an open hip to the side. It should take a lot of strain off your back. Good job. Nice. And so now using both of those, we're going to do a front roll from a closed hip, or doing a front roll from an open hip. They're very different rolls. And still, when you do the closed hip, as you get here, still lead with one hand, because the closed shoulders is what separates shoulders. If I'm going down and I haven't chosen a side, that's when you damage your shoulders. So even if you are leaning forward, still choose one and go with that. So open hip, and paying attention to the end where my toes are live, and how to make sure your toes are live each time. If you don't have space, you can do this from kneeling. So from here, either leaning just on one leg, closed hip, which feels really restricted for me, rather the open hip, where you're drawing back and your entire chest is open. I feel like I have more space to roll, even starting from the same point. So from kneeling, closed hip forward, open hip to the side. So if you don't have space, closed is forward, so your leg is going back without twisting, or open hip from the side. And I just get a few more inches of space, but it makes a big difference in how I feel in my Aikido. And still paying attention to the end of where your toes end up. Okay. Continue, please. Great job. And keeping your back expanded, your toes connected and soft. And making sure you're making contact with the ground before tipping, before your roll. So that can mean starting from your knee for that forward or open exercise, or, right, if I can't tip that far, I can bend with my leg more. And if I can't do that on one foot, I can plant the back and bend my leg more, both for the closed and for the open hips. Nice. A few more minutes with those 4 exercises, whether it's kneeling open hip, kneeling closed hip, standing open hip, or standing closed hip, but making sure you're touching the ground first and finding out how your body can do that. Because everyone can touch the ground, whether you need to sit first and then roll, but everyone can touch the ground. And the folks that have the space and energy, there's a little variation roll, but you need space. So either continue with these previous exercises or try this new one. In particular, I like this one for Kaitenage. A lot of people throw from the hip in a big turn, and right, going strictly forward is not matching the technique or the exercise. So if I'm going through for Kaitenage and goes back, that's one variation, but if it turns, I'm being an uke by myself to describe it. So Showman, it was a Kaitenage where it comes back, it's ura, and I'm going this way. That motion is going out, it's not strictly forward. So that open hip roll, you can move it down your back. Can I use your back for a moment? Thank you. So Hannah's been here and rolling with me the whole time. She's fully vaccinated, I'm fully vaccinated. So thank you, literally your back. So most rolls cut across, and that's what we're trained to do, but we can also roll strictly across our shoulders. Thank you. So from here, from the ground, that's really hard to do because it just ends up looking like a barrel roll. But when larger, it's a whole different roll, and I'm rolling at a different point in my body. So rather than across to my hip, it's just across my shoulders, and it depends on this really big back. So from here, and an extra open hip. So rather, excuse me, my belt. So rather than going up and that's shoulder to hip, I can expand my hip a little more as I take that ukemi, because that's where they're drawing me. And from the ground, once again, that's feeling your hip drift back a little bit as you compensate for that roll. And it just should end up at a different place in your back. So allowing your hip to open extra, more than you would in a normal drill. Letting that back leg toe. So my back leg trawls. Use this side better. My back leg trawls. So it's going back and tipping. So try that from standing or from sitting, but letting that back leg open, open, open. And this is something we tell beginners not to do, but with more control, you can actually use it for another roll. Hey, try that. And this will be the last exercise. It is a large roll, so please be aware of your space, or do it from the ground. Yep. So for this one, it is not from shoulder to hip. It's not a normal roll. From here, I'm opening, and I'm just going across the top of my shoulders, and I'm changing the axis of my roll. So rather than kind of tipping, I'm log rolling, but in a graceful, connected way. See? Didn't want to kick the tongues up. So it's when my back half is forced open by nage, and I still want to do a front roll. So actually, that's a good drill. So instead of starting here is when my back is forced open by nage, and I'm still rolling forward though. Back is opened. And you have to leave your leg really long to counterweight your body. From kneeling, it's when the back is forced open. So I'm reaching back with my leg. Once again, from kneeling, we normally start on a 90, but for this one, I'm expanding my back leg. So from here, expanding my back leg, I'm still rolling down this line. Normal roll, instead, back leg is extended, and my one leg stays really long. And particularly, I've noticed this helpful for Kaitenage. It is, I just gave you so many basics, and then turned it on its head to do this roll. Nice. And remember, your back foot opens, your back hip opens. So once again from here, my back opens because Nagi is in front of me. I want to stay facing them, but I need to front roll away. So from here, my back hip opens, but I'm still rolling on my same line. And right, protecting your knees still, my front toe turns where my knee is. But I'm still rolling down a different line. So from the front, it opens.
Sensei, I have a question.
Yes.
Would this be helpful if you find you're ready to roll, but you have to switch directions? Like there's somebody there that you can't roll in that direction, you have to switch? Would this be helpful for that?
Maybe. I've always thought of it as if Nage throws you in an interesting way and you're not set up for that. I've definitely switched directions, but that adds another factor of Nage's throwing me one way and I need to protect myself from Nage as I'm being thrown into a different person. Because it also, you're still rolling the same direction though. So I'm not changing where I end up, I'm changing how I started the roll. So once again, I'm still following, there's a line on the mat, whether I'm doing a front roll, classically, or this other roll, I'm still ending up on the same line. So it rolls on the same line, but it starts at a completely different angle.
Okay.
So I'm rolling 90 degrees to where I am. So classic roll would start here, roll on the line, this roll, my hominy is 90 degrees, and I'm still rolling on that 90-degree line away from me. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So it could help if you had to go 90 degrees instead of forward. Right. Possibly. Thank
And
you.
something else that may help with this roll is just practicing cross rolls and making a really fun, I make it a game of how convoluted I can make. Yes, so you are minimizing your hips contact because your hips are floating at a different plane, like a log roll. So that's why it's across the shoulders, sorry. So from here, my hip, it's only my far hip that touches the ground at the very, very end. It's not something that you can really do slowly. So from here, as I'm going to my shoulders, and when it's really big, my hips are floating and it's my shoulders that are making all the contact with the mat. But as I was saying, cross rolls can really help. Just know where your shoulders are because you have to change it a little bit for this. So cross rolls being different hand, different foot. And your hips have to switch in the air. But then you can also do backwards. So starting the same, but without turning. So basic cross roll, you can start in a different direction, turn and go, or you can not move your feet. So from here, turning, or you can go fully, so backhand across the back shoulder. And that's right, that body control of where are my shoulders landing, where are my hips landing. It's just a fun experiment, but you need to have control of your rolls to play with them.
Another question in the chat, would this be helpful for one weak shoulder?
I wouldn't recommend this roll over any other roll for a weak shoulder because it depends on your back, which your shoulders are reinforcing. So where maybe it's more back heavy roll, but I personally, even my other rolls, I'm supporting that through my entire back and shoulder. So I'm never landing on my shoulder, which is why that front roll right from here, you're always choosing a side. This is where your shoulders are at risk if I'm trying to do a roll directly from here. Rather, that's why you're opening your back to take that force and that contact into your largest surface area. So not better than any one roll. Okay, there's time for one last question and then we'll bow out.
Anybody have a question? Please unmute yourselves.
I have a question. So when you teach those exercises and when you see people trying to do them, what's some common mistakes that you see people make that we should try to avoid?
Yeah, doing exercises before they have the basics down. So while this is a really good thought exercise, and I see there's a really high level of practice and training here, as a not a beginner can also have high level of practice and training. But everyone I saw here, just from the back falls, knew how to roll. So that's why I segmented this for this class, rather than people that are still sitting onto their knees in particular. So from here is really heavy, and that's their roll. That tells me that they don't have the technique or muscle to practice these other things. So it kind of builds on itself. So when folks really are smooth and they can sit softly and controlled, that's when you can start experimenting with the next thing. But these other exercises can just lead to more injury if you don't have like the muscle built up and the control that you need for these other exercises, which will push our training farther. Hey, awesome. Thank you very much, everyone, and we'll bow out.
Thank you very much, Sensei. That was a wonderful class.
Thank you.
And there's lots of comments in the chat, so please take a look at those. Thank you very much. We'll have a short break, 4 minutes, and then we will come back with Gary Marx. And Gary, just wanted to ask, you have something that you'd like people to have with them. Maybe they can have that 4 minutes to go get that.
Some kind of heavy weight you can hold between your arms, but it's not really necessary. If you have it, great. If you don't, we'll make do.
All right, thank you very much. I don't want to make sure people had a chance to get that. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll come back shortly with Gary Marx. There's a lot of options for heavy weights in the chat. Cats, dogs, children, feed bags, bucket, 5-gallon bucket, maybe with some water in it, a big stock pot, whatever you're daring yourself to have that you can hold in your arms. That's a little bit heavier weight. So it'll be interesting to see what people bring. Sorry, Gary.
All sounds good.
We'll start up shortly here. So if you need to get a glass of water, something to drink, come back to everyone. All right, I would like to introduce the next instructor. Gary Marx is a third dan from Denver Aikikai in Denver, Colorado. And that dojo is a member of the CAA, California Aikido Association. Gary Marx began his training in 1996 at Chicago Aikikai under Kevin Choate Sensei, and remained Choate Sensei's student until his passing in 2012. At Chicago Aikikai, he was able to train in Aikido, Sistema, and Iaido. In early 2010, Gary moved to Colorado, regularly traveling back to Chicago to train. He joined Denver Aikikai later in 2012 and currently trains there under Edgar Johansson Sensei. Please welcome Gary Marx Sensei. And I will, whoops, hang on, sorry, a second. It's always a challenge to do these things.
Thanks, Kay.
Did I spotlight you or not?
You did for a second.
All right, there you go. Welcome.
Thanks.
Always need a few bloopers.
Thanks for everybody who's attending. I'm not very formal, so I'm not going to bow us in and bow us out. If you have any questions during any of it, please feel free to unmute and ask or type them in the chat. Either way is fine. We're going to work on some basic body awareness and multitasking during this class. So I want everybody to think of an idea to work on, something that you haven't worked on before, something you haven't thought of before, something you haven't seen before. And it could be as technical as, I wonder what happens if I lift my big toe while doing all my technique, or something as conceptual as, I wonder what it would feel like to do technique and always feel like a sail of a boat being blown in the wind. Like there's this big range. So while you're thinking that up, I'm gonna give a little bit of a spiel. So one of the things that I've gotten out of this solo training is an ability to work on my own ideas, which you don't always get in a dojo, unless you're the instructor, right? So what I want is for this class, for everybody to work on that idea that they just thought of in addition to what I'm working on, so that when we go back, we can do the same kind of thing. So you always have what you're working on plus what the instructor is working on. In my opinion, so over the year, this has given us a lot of creativity and a lot of new ideas. And that's the only way for the art to really move forward, is if we keep doing this and don't just go back to our old ways of doing exactly what's being shown and not thinking about it and just moving forward, right? We need to keep thinking about things and keep moving forward. All right. Hopefully during that, you've had time to think up your idea. So we're going to do a basic kokyu, which you've probably seen and done a lot of times, right? Comes in, put your weight on the person. For me, the way I was taught it, the feet turn, comes back to your center. There's this turn around, and you put your weight on the other person. Like the first class, you can throw the arms with your core or your hip while doing it. It's up to you. To start, just do it how you normally do it, how you've done this kind of kokyu in the past. And yeah, feel free to train whenever I'm talking, because we're here to train. And while you're doing this, start to realize what in your body is actually moving. What are you actually doing? Where does the motion start? Does the motion that starts pull everything? Or is it one motion starts and then more motion, like other muscles fire to continue it? What are you actually doing? We're going to be doing this kokyu for most of the class, so I hope you enjoy it. So for me personally, what I feel is my core pulls my body around to bring my arms. It comes back in and throws my arms back out, and my knees relax a little. That's not to say that's right. That's just to say that's what I feel when I'm doing this. And the real question is, what are you feeling when you're doing it? You can go as fast as you want or as slow as you want. It's just about understanding what you're doing, because then we're going to change it and see how that affects things. So I'm going to turn on gallery view just so I can see you guys while I'm doing this. It's just a little nicer. And also remember, during all of this, you're still working on whatever that other idea was that you came up with at the beginning. But it's up to you to figure out how to hide it, basically. I can give you examples of hiding it, but I can't give you a methodology for hiding it. I just don't know one. So when I was taught it, my whole body turned to face the other direction. I'm modifying that a little bit so I can see the screen. But all right. So now, like, my feet have been turning this whole time, and I've been turning to one side or the other. What if I just plant my feet? My feet don't turn one way or the other. And I do the same technique. What gets pulled? What doesn't get pulled? Does it change where I start? Does it not? Am I still trying to do the exact same thing, or have I modified it? And if anybody has any observations, please feel free to let me know. With this, my hips seem a little bit more locked in place, so they get torqued a little as I go from one side to the other. I'm still trying to face the other direction. Whether that's right or wrong, I don't know.
I find that my knees feel stiff and locked when I do that.
Is there a way to change that feeling? So for me, if I drive the heels into the ground, it seems to take pressure off of the knees for me. It might be different for you.
Also loosening the calves, I think, for me.
Okay. Careful if you get into too much of a rhythm and don't remember to pay attention to what you're actually doing. So we've done this for a little while and you felt what's different. Now, so I've been driving from my core. I'm not sure where each of you have been driving it from. I'm going to try driving it from my hip. It's just a little different. Right? My hips turn a lot more. My hips are now, it's throwing my arms. And how does that change my motion? How do I have to adapt to it?
There's a question or a point. Doesn't planting your feet require to bend over or push to finish the technique? I'm imagining a partner.
I don't believe so. So if my feet are planted and I'm just doing core, right? I drop to one side. but it's not turning off of my balance point. I'm still fairly balanced. Right. The leg bends a little, but I don't actually have to throw myself off balance. Does that make sense? So with the hips, is anything different for people? So for me, this is allowing my leg to turn. So I let my hips turn, it allows my leg to turn in a lot more. I can drop down if I want. I don't have to. I can try and keep it all upright. Depends on what you want to work on, what you want to focus on. And start to really exaggerate the hips, right? So you end up throwing with more power. Your arms are just kind of there. You put a little tension into them so they don't just collapse and get thrown, right? You still want to keep a bit of a structure.
There's a lot more freedom on the shoulders.
With the
you-
hips.
From the hips, yeah.
Nice. We'll try and figure out why with the next one, which is where we'll go back to the core. For me, it also, there's a curving into my body more with the hip right now when I go for a larger hip motion. From the side, right? When I turn my hips, it's almost as if I hit myself if I do a very large motion with the hip. You don't even, so I was taught this extra circle. You could probably just do it without the extra circle. It's just, for me, a little bit less interesting. Right now. So you've been doing this for a little while. What in your body is starting to get tired? And the question is why? This is more to give you a way to look at things than it is to give you a technique. Why the Kokyu? Because why not? So we've been doing our hips really big. What if you make them smaller with the same amount of power? How does that change things? For me, that stresses my lower back a little bit as I try and slow things down at the end. It might be different for you.
I find with that, I get a little bit more stiffness in the upper body. Because I, like you said, trying to slow it down, I think.
Okay, so you're slowing it down with your upper body then.
Yeah.
If you instead add a little bit of tension to something below what's currently tense, does that change it?
Yes. That does.
So that probably means for me, the fact that my lower back is getting a little stressed by it, my lower back is probably tense. So if I try and relax that, and do the same thing. It's a little bit more of a whipping kind of action. And my lower back is a little less stressed. So we've been doing the hips for a while. Let's go back to the core and try to really have the core drive your motion. So for me, the core is going to be the lower abs, maybe an inch behind them, lower back, maybe an inch towards the organs, that little area. And that's what I want to pull my body right now. You can make your core below the lower abs and do the same kind of thing. You can make your core the upper abs and do the same kind of thing. And all of them will change it just a little bit. And it's a question of what does each one feel like? What's the effectiveness for you? But chances are in a ukemi kind of situation or a nage kind of situation, you'll end up using all of them at different times. So the more you can do, the more you understand, the better.
I assume you're still not moving your feet, right?
Correct. My feet are still on the ground. They're turned out a little bit. I could probably make them straight and see how that feels. To me, that puts a little more stress on the hips if they're facing straight forward. If they're splayed out just a little bit, that seems to free that up for me. And then just a reminder, while you're doing this, you should be working on the thing you thought of at the beginning at the same time and trying to hide it. So now I'm going to use a Aikido magic word, extension. So when you do the technique, do whatever your idea of extension is. And then we'll go through it. For me, I am doing what I was taught was extension on my fingers. Why is it a magic word? Because it tends to mean different things to different people. Which is why right now I want you to do what your standard is. And then we can discuss it. If anybody wants to say what their standard is and what it does to their body, that'd be great. If not, that's also okay.
To me, it's making sure that the arms are alive, not just like a stiff or a loose piece of arm, but there's some intention in it.
Okay, so then how does that change the rest of your body when you do this?
Hopefully it doesn't. The practice is that it doesn't and that it's there all the time. But if I do pay attention, I feel myself actually ground a little more so that it would allow for that to be bigger because I have more grounding. That makes sense?
It does. For me, it was taught kind of as a stretching out of everything. So there's a little bit of a tingling that occurs, basically from reaching, I think it's from reaching the end of the motion that your body has to a degree. So I start to feel it throughout the lats, throughout the forearm. It's not that version of extension is right. It's just a version of extension. But to me, when I do that, then it changes everything. So the lats engage, the leg pushes into the ground. The side that's bent bends a little bit more, almost as if, I'm going to balance or lower myself to the ground. There's this extra, I want to say power, but it's not really power. It's just probably awareness of what's going on.
So one thing that I've been thinking about when we were doing this, which is slightly different, is instead of extension, more expansion. So thinking about expanding the body, so the body, not just the arms, but the whole body becomes kind of elongated.
Nice. How does that affect everything else?
It actually, I feel my, so if I am going to the right side, I really feel that diagonal line all the way to my other side, right? And I really start feeling the edges of my body.
Nice. Does it make it easier or harder to throw your arms with your core?
It actually makes it easier because the core needs to be engaged this whole time in order to do it. And the arms become then an extension of that. Here's another use of the word, magical word, good for everything. So the back gets engaged. I mean, it really feels like trying to expand in all directions, if that makes sense.
Yes. So then while we're doing it, if you were expanding to your hands or extending to your hands, go further. And again, it's a mental thing, right? But it's as if I'm trying to reach far, far away. I'm sure you've heard that with extension too. Or with expansion now, it would then be far, far away in every direction, right? And how does the difference of going to your hand versus going to a distance affect you or affect what we're doing?
There's another comment in the chat. I'm starting to feel a nice stretch down my sides, which feels nice.
Nice.
I'm happy.
So with the further extension, hopefully that stretches even more, right? And like I said at the beginning, this is really just about body awareness. It's not about how to do this right. It's not about how you would do it if you had to. It's about body awareness. So you know how to control something and see how it affects everything else. And then it's up to you to determine what you want to change, when you want to change it, and all of that. So now if you have your weight, and we'll see how this works. I haven't tried it, so who knows? I've got a bucket with water in it because it's what I had. So we're going to hold it between our arms and try and do the same kind of shape as much as we can. If you don't have something like a bucket, you could use anything, even like a blanket that's a little heavy is probably fine. It's just to add a little bit of weight to it. Something I've noticed is I've started letting my feet turn again. I don't know if that's good or bad. It's just a thing. I'm also sloshing the water around, so hopefully I don't spill it all over myself. That's probably why I should try this first before doing it here.
Don't worry, it's all on video.
I know. So what does this change for you? for me, I can't let my arms swing. So I actually have to put a little bit of downward force in the muscles that are right between my shoulder blades in order to keep my arms from going away from me. Because if they do, I let go of the bucket and the bucket falls, and then I have to clean it up. And who wants to do that? And with the cat, there's going to be another difficulty, right? Because the cat moves and adjusts.
It worked so far. I bribed him with a treat, so here he is.
I find doing this, I have a lot more tension in my body with the weight.
Where do you have the tension?
Lower back now.
So can you relax your lower back? And maybe it means that instead of driving from the core, you go back to driving from the hips. Does that change it? I mean, this is really just an exploration. No right or wrong or anything like that.
Yes, it's different.
So which helped? Just relaxing it or hips?
Doing hips instead of core driving it. Because using the core, I was creating tension through my back.
Okay. So when your hips are moving now, feel what happens to your core.
It's
And
in
try and remember that shape, right?
okay.
And then try and go back to the core. And see if the lower back again becomes tight, which it might, or if it's fine. So now, sorry.
Sorry, there's a comment in the chat. A great reminder of how much I have misunderstood Musubi and have treated arms like the end of a whip versus part of a whole. From Christy.
Thanks. So we've been moving with the weight for a little bit. Now add some of whatever you consider extension to it. So you're still holding the weight, but extend. And does that change anything? For me, it pulls the weight a little bit away from my body. Not much, but a little bit. Whereas before I was pressing it against my body. I'm still a little paranoid about dropping it, so it doesn't go very far away from my body, but a little bit. And honestly, though the water is moving more, it's splashing less the more I do this.
I'm starting to feel some tension at the base of my neck and the back, and I'm not sure how to shake it.
So base of your neck. And so the muscles between the shoulder blades then? And
Oh, right in through here. Can you see?
okay, yeah. So let's see. So you're still holding your weight. If you roll your shoulders back a little bit, does that change anything for you?
She's giving a thumbs up.
Okay, I missed that. And I mean, you could, if you don't want to roll your shoulders back, you can try expanding your chest, just like with the roll, right? And that should change where the pressure is in your body. And now, if you've been keeping your feet flat, you can far enough away without hitting the ceiling, allow your feet to turn. If you've been letting your feet turn, keep them flat. And see what that changes for you. And as just a reminder, you should all be working on something in addition to this. Something that is uniquely yours, which will actually make even this exercise uniquely yours.
There's a comment from Ola. I think when we're holding something, we shift our awareness and body alignment forward, which increases the tension in the back to hold on to the shifted center.
Interesting. So can we then shift our attention to our back, so bow our back a little bit? Does that change anything?
I'll just unmute. Yes, I think that's what you did earlier when somebody was saying they have tension in their neck and the back, and you suggested moving the awareness back. I think that basically the way I see it, we shift our awareness forward because we're holding something, and once we shift it back, we can realign to our own center rather than to where whatever we're holding is.
Interesting. So then if everybody, so you're still holding your weight and you're still doing this. If you now think about your spine, or maybe that same line as the spine, but an inch back, what does that change for you? Aini Sensei does that kind of an exercise where she puts imaginary line, like pole, behind you, a couple inches or so. And it changes how you move.
For me, that releases a lot more of the stress and tension.
Nice.
Pulling shoulder blades down has helped tremendously.
Nice. So if a couple inches back helps, does 1 foot back help? Like a foot as a unit of measure, not as a foot. Does it help more? Does it help less? And then you can take the line and you can put it right against your spine. Does that make it better or worse for you? I mean, there's just ways to experiment. And then I'm going to put the weight down, and we'll go back to empty end. And see how that feels. So go back to whatever your default for this Kokyu is. And what has changed from when you first did it? I know there are muscles that I have overused. So now I'm changing my shape a little bit so I don't use them as much. Because carrying a bucket of water isn't fun. I'm also dropping a bit more when I come to the middle. And pushing off from one leg a little bit more than I was. Not sure it's right. It's just an observation. And if you've taken any of the parts out, let's start to add them back in. So move from the core.
My posture feels better.
Nice. So I'm assuming you're all moving from the core now. So now when the core starts to pull against the hip, engage the hip. So you're moving from the core, adding hip power after. So it's basically all the things that we tried, we just start to build them back in. And then we'll see how that changed what we're doing. And I apologize for not doing any real correction. As far as I'm concerned, whatever motion you're doing is fine because it's a study of what you're doing. It's not a technique. It's not anything special. Well, I guess it's special because it's each person's, but it's not some absolute. So we now have the hip firing once it gets engaged by the core. So now what if you add extension through that? So the core starts everything. Once it hits the hips engage and you extend. And you can play with the core firing first or the hips firing first. You can play with the extension being there from the beginning or being added after you've engaged the last piece that's throwing your arms. All of them will change what you do a little bit. As long as you can tell how it's changed what you're doing, it's good. At least in my opinion. So have you all been remembering to put in your second thing that you're working on while doing all of this? Whatever that was, whatever that unique thing that you wanted to practice is. Because like I said at the beginning, to me, that's very important for this art to keep growing, is if we actually let creativity develop and let the art grow. It's not about mimicking what people have done before. It's not all that interesting. It's about expanding the art itself. Right. So for the last bit, what I want you to do is kind of the opposite of what we've been doing. You've had your idea in the back of your head that you've been running this whole time, and that's been hidden in what we were doing. Now make that your focus, and everything that we've been doing up till now hidden behind it. And that's, so if I had been thinking about lowering myself, right? I now want to do that same kind of motion that was interesting, that I wanted to uniquely make mine, but I want to now add in the core to do it, add the hip in to do it, extend through it, and add all of the things that we were doing as if they were the secondary practice. And if you change the shape, you change the exercise, that's perfectly fine. It doesn't have to be this kokyu anymore. It's whatever best fits what you were trying to work on throughout this whole class. It's the same kind of exploration. How does your body change when you change each of these things? While exploring also whatever concept you're working on in whatever technique you want. Sorry, my classes are kind of vague. And if there are any questions about the classes so far, this would be the time to ask while everybody's working.
No questions in the chat at the moment.
Cool. Everybody can keep working. So has the exercise that we've been doing throughout the class, the kokyu and the various ways of starting the motion, has that influenced the other concept you were working on at all? So for me, if I throw my core to lower, the shape's a little different, which is interesting to me. Not, again, not good, not bad, just different. If I turn the hips, completely different feel for my body. If I extend, this stretches out instead of turns. So the concept of just lowering weight to one side or the other gets affected by the other one. So throwing it with the core is most interesting to me because it kind of throws the leg out, which is kind of fun, but each their own. And of course, if you want to add the weight back in, you can do that. It's up to you. For dropping, for me, that seems like a bad idea. And then for the very end, go back to, you've just been working on what you wanted to. Go back to the kokyu and go through each of the steps and see if that has changed based on what you were just working on, right? So your standard kokyu, moving from the core, moving from the hip, and extension. And then any combination thereof. And has it been influenced by this, by what you were doing in the background? So one example of that for me is when I throw everything with my core, I realize when I drop, that leg spins out, which is kind of interesting to do in this. Because this turns hard for me. But what you were working on is what you were working on, so it would be different than that. And for me, since I was doing the dropping, the turning of the hip also changes how my body moves. So if I use my body to feel my arms, my leg moves different than when I'm doing the core. And it's the same with extension. If I extend out through the whole thing, my leg moves a little different when I hit the dropping part at the end here. For me, it stretches instead of turns. Like I said, the point of this class wasn't to work on Kokyu, it was to work on body awareness and hiding something that you want to work on in what's actually being worked on. So we can all go back to our dojos, those of us who aren't instructors, and keep growing. And not just growing at the pace of our instructors, but hopefully growing faster and creating things that they haven't seen before that also hopefully work. Because, yeah, your instructor won't always be there. So you need to actually learn how to learn and grow for yourself. Plus, if we just rely on the instructors, that slows down the growth of the whole art. My opinion. Any questions, comments, concerns, complaints?
Nothing in the chat. If you have a question, please unmute yourselves.
I have a comment.
Okay.
I think it's a really, really important concept that you bring up, that at some point we become responsible for our own training and growth with the guidance of our instructors, with the inspiration of our instructors, but it's really, we can't lean on them at some point. And I think it's important to recognize that and find out how do we keep growing regardless of who's teaching the class and if there is anybody teaching a class. That being said, there's so much inspiration out there that we can always take in and continue growing through that inspiration. But I think it's a really good point that our growth is our responsibility at some point after a certain, like when we're beginners, we just absorb whatever our instructors tell us. But at some point, there's this tipping point where you become responsible for your own growth through the inspiration and guidance of our instructors. So thank you for bringing it up.
Well, thank you. That was, yeah, a lesson that was unfortunately taught to me when my instructor passed. Suddenly, hey, there goes that well of knowledge. So hopefully people start to move towards their own thinking before their instructor passes or is unable to instruct, or their life takes them away from their instructor, right? All right, I think we will call that early so everybody has like time to actually take a short break and then come back for the last class.
Sure.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Gary. There's a couple of comments in the chat. One interesting one too. Instructors need to grow too. That's my problem with strict adherence to legacy of dead instructors, as they wouldn't have kept growing.
True. And if you look at like Sensei, if you look at videos of him, every video is a little different. I'm pretty sure he was growing to the end, which means he wasn't done. So why would we try and do that as if it's the end all be all? And that's with every instructor. Like every good instructor is creative, they grow, I think. At least the ones I found interesting do that.
Thank you for a wonderful class. If there's any questions, please unmute yourselves, post them in the chat. Lots of great comments. And otherwise we can take a break or just open it up to all discussion, because we have 10 minutes here. So until the next one. All right.
Yeah, that's actually enough time if anyone needs to use the washroom or anything, because
Yes.
Hakamas and gis.
All right. We'll let that be. Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, Gary, since you're still there, and you go to all of Aikido Sensei's classes, you know, a lot of what I was working on was how the classical movement, you know, which would develop eventually all this internal stuff, but I was really focused on what's happening inside of here, and that it's generated from here as opposed to being generated from the classical movement that we were taught, you know, to copy for so many, you know, decades, which I did. But I was developing this, but I wasn't, you know, my self-awareness wasn't focused on this access of power that's here. And then, you know, even using like a medicine ball, which is heavy, kind of forces you to have it be internal as opposed to, you know, this big grandiose thing, which it's easy to get lost in. So you know, since you and I are here and I don't know who else is around, you know, I can share some of my personal reflections. But I found your you know, class, because we were focused on a classical movement, but what is really, that's what I'm asking myself these days. What is really going on, you know, being a small person too? How do I engage all of myself into this process?
Yeah, I mean, it's also important, like if we have our classical shape, right?
Right.
How do you hide what is actually you inside this classical shape? So if my idea is to pull and throw with my core,
yeah,
how do I hide that so it still looks like classic Aikido?
Right, exactly. You know, like I can go still to the Iwama folks and they don't know why it's somewhat more powerful, because I'm not just depending on this big, you know, like Taino Henko movement, you know, but it's like, what is going on internally here that, you know, they're just kind of thrown, you know, and how to almost get away with still, you know, not getting too many dames, you know. But as Ola was saying, it is all about self-awareness at a certain point, you know, and self-development. It's not about copying. You know, we're not trying to make clones of all these different instructors. And you see, you know, it too, because some people stick out their butt because that's what you know, and I'm using my mirror here to really like look and see, okay, how is my alignment and where am I ending up and what do I have to open up so that I have good alignment, because my hips might not work just like your hips do,
Right.
You know, a lot of what Sam was talking about, you know, like I need a little momentum to get up at 66, you know, it doesn't quite work how it probably does for you. I'd like it to. I'm working on it.
I mean, the hope also is, right? So if you have to pick your hip out,
Thanks, Sam.
but you should still be able to now do your regular. I'm throwing from my core if I want.
Yeah.
Still looks. closer
Yeah,
to
oh,
caregiving.
for sure. Like, it's not to take anything away
Right.
from the movement. You know, there, you know, in Awama style, there's this whole wind up and then extension outward, and you know, all of that can be there. But why leave out what's going on internally too? Because that's where the power really comes from. You know, especially with a small person like myself, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, it's a wonderful study. It's nice to be able to talk about it because, you know, we're among friends here. We're not, there's no Shihans on the call, you know, just old people and young people.
I mean, that's been a good thing about.
Hey, JM, who are you talking about, old people?
Well, you know, you and I go way back, Jay.
But I mean, that's also been a good thing about being in like this training at home is people have been able to actually train what they want.
Yeah, really study, you know, and really like I have my little stick and I'm like studying how all of this is going on inside when I do a simple ski, you know. Because I'm not like studying to learn how to walk, you know, maybe I will walk with a cane one of these days, but really it's like, what is going on in here? You know, these are all, so the medicine ball was great, you know, tried the weights, tried the medicine ball. Anyway, it's cool. I like the bucket of water too, but I'd probably spill it because I'm a little shaky at this point.
So the bucket of water was like 1/3 to a half full. So I had a fair amount of leeway because I didn't want to spill it.
Yeah.
But we wanted to see that happen, Gary.
Yeah, it was splashing all over yourself like you needed a diaper would have been the front of your hakama.
There was a chance that was going to happen.
All right. Well, I'm just waiting for people to come back. They're slowly coming back, so this is great. Good conversation about body awareness and movement. Lots of comments in the chat. So Sam Tatel said, "You don't look 66. What does 66 even look like?"
Yes.
Like JM at 66 and beyond. So,
Who's waving over there?
It's
key. I would agree, Sam. Smiling is always the key. Absolutely. If you can't be smiling as you get older, it just makes it harder. So anyway, we're about ready to begin. Everybody back? Ready to go? Thumbs up. Ola, she's panicking. Don't panic. This is totally very casual seminar. She's disappearing out of view. Very casual. I'm a easygoing Zoom host here. So, all right. Let me share this screen here real quick. And I think I took the spotlight off, Gary, hopefully. Thank you very much, Gary, for that class. That was wonderful. Really appreciate it. Very appropriate to the times right now as well, definitely. So our next instructor is Ola Karasik. Hopefully I said that right. Yes, got it. All right. Fourth Dan Shindai Dojo, Orlando, Florida, from ASU, Aikido Schools of Ueshiba. Ola Karasik Sensei has been studying, practicing, and teaching Aikido for over 20 years. She holds the rank of Yandan, and she is influenced by Duran Sensei, Ikeda Sensei, Heine Sensei, and Saotomi Sensei. She is looking to study and better herself through Aikido and is fascinated by the depth of physical, mental, and emotional understanding that Aikido offers. Please welcome Ola Karasik Sensei. And I'll stop sharing here. There we go.
Right, am I spotlighted? Because I'm still seeing like the Hollywood squares, which is cool.
You might have to view speaker view if you want to see yourself.
I don't want to see myself actually.
Okay, then you can see on Hollywood squares. But
Yeah, it's wonderful to see everybody else.
you are spotlit.
I am spotlighted. Awesome. All right. So I'm actually looking at the Hollywood square. So if you want, if you have a camera and if you're willing to be here, please feel free to, yes, Jacqueline Sensei, I see you there. Please feel free to put on your camera and do the thing. So we're going to bow in just because while it's a laid back seminar, it's still a seminar. I'll bow in to you. It's one bow, two claps, one bow, and then we will start. So I do have a disclaimer or a warning or whatever you want to call it. And I'm glad that Skembry Sensei made that disclaimer too, but then he taught an amazing class. But this is the first Aikido Zoom class that I'm teaching ever. So you've been warned. You may like it, you may not like it. If you feel like disappearing in the middle, I might not notice. But if I do notice, I'll be deeply offended, so don't do that. I'm going to talk a little, maybe more than in usual class, because it's a bit difficult to figure out what people are doing. One of the things that I'm really curious and fascinated by is how through Aikido, I keep growing as a person, and how through Aikido, I keep developing my own core, my own values, my own way of living life and way of interacting with others that is true to who I am. And to me, Aikido is a way to manifest that on a physical level that allows us to practice and to recognize what is happening when things happen one way or another. And one of the things that all the instructors were actually talking about today, and that the pandemic has helped us practice, is how do we change ourselves? And to me, that has been a theme in Aikido throughout the years. How do I change myself both physically, mentally, and emotionally so that my presence changes the way that the world around me happens? So I'm not actually out there to change the world. The only way that I can change the world is by affecting who I am and how I am in the world. Kay, I love the kitty tail that just walked by the camera. Sorry, I'm distracted by cats. And yes, Ruth, I do see your kitty. And one of the things that I've been noticing in Aikido practice is that once we have that physical connection to another person, my immediate physical, mental, and emotional response is, aha, I have another person. I need to do something to that other person. I need to influence that other person. There is a technique that the sensei showed that I must execute to be successful. And it took me many, many years, and it took Mary Heine Sensei literally and figuratively hitting me on the head for me to understand that my definition of success was inherently not set up for me to be successful. If my definition of success depends on my ability to do something to another person, or on something that another person does or responds in a certain way, then I have basically just given up my control over my ability to be successful and gave it to somebody else, which at some point I realized, well, that's dumb. Why I can redefine the rules. I can be, this is to me what Aikido is teaching me. I change myself and I define what success is. And to me right now, well, I haven't practiced paired Aikido in over a year. But to me, a successful practice is a practice where I can be true to my own values. I can keep my own vertical alignment, my own calmness, my own center, my own relaxation, my own physical, mental, and emotional connection to the other person, regardless of what the other person does and how they respond. And that's my practice right now, and that's very interesting to me. The other thing that is very interesting, and then I'll stop talking and we'll start moving a little bit, is recognizing that once I have a connection, a physical connection to another person, we become a system. We become a physical structure. And the physical structure is the two of us, or however many. If you have 3 people or 2 people holding you, then the structure is expanded into more people. But the bottom line, we are a structure. And as me, as the only person I can actually affect and change, I could either try to push or pull on that structure or manipulate that structure, and I can be either successful or not, or I can change myself. And as an inherent part of that structure, the moment somebody touches me physically, they become part of the structure that involves me. The moment I change my own body, the whole structure changes. And we're going to practice that a little bit. So that's that's where it's coming from. The practice that we'll be doing today is focused on this. How do I change myself without necessarily pulling or pushing or actually changing the point of contact? How do I change myself to change how the structure feels to the whole structure? And then when you bring it back to paired practice, you'll actually see how powerful and influential that is when you change yourself and the whole structure changes. So I shall stop talking. The first thing that I want us to do together is let's go through the practice of Shinkoku, also known as Shinkon Kishin no Ho. And that's a practice that many of you are familiar with, or with parts of it, which is the rowing exercise is part of it, shaking the soul is part of it. And it's a practice that's been practiced in many places as something to do in the beginning of class to kind of bring yourself into being here, into being present, bring yourself into awareness of your body, connection with your body, into connection with the universe, connection with your kami nature. So we will go through that. There are multiple different ways to do that. The only thing that is common to all the ways is that they're all different. Yes, Tim, I just stole that from you. So I'll just talk through it and then we'll go through it. And if you just tag along, just tag along. So can you see, you should be able to see my whole body.
Pretty much we can't see your feet, but the feet themselves, but we can almost, yeah.
They're here. I can't go further back because the cat tower is right here and the cat is on the tower. So the practice will be, we're going to take 3 breaths. The breaths start from below. We're basically going to pull on the essence of the earth, the whole, the energy of the earth from the magma, pull it up. And then as we go up, we're going to receive the energy from the heavens. That's a breath. So we'll do 3 breaths, then 4 claps up here. You can't see my hands, but if I'm standing, the claps are up above my head. So 3 breaths, 4 claps, then let the hands float to your belly, left on top of right, and we'll breathe for a little bit just to kind of reconnect with that energy. Then again, 3 breaths, 4 claps. Then we'll put our left foot forward and do the rowing exercise. For the rowing exercise, you shift your hips, you grab the essence of the earth and you pull through your hips into your center, that energy from the earth. So we'll do that. Then we'll stop and we'll do shaking, the soul shaking. The soul shaking is basically, we got all that raw energy and we're going to let it align and flow through our body. So that's the shaking. Again, left on top of right. Then we'll do right foot forward. Again, grab the essence of the earth and pull it in. And then again, shaking. After that, we'll do 3 breaths. On the last breath, we'll do 4 claps. And then we'll interlace our fingers. And I'll talk through it as we do it. We'll interlace our fingers into this little bowl and come down with a ki. That ki is reconnecting everything and just kind of bringing in our essence and the essence of the universe and the kami all together. And then again, 4 breaths, 3 breaths, sorry, 4 claps, and we'll stop there. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to talk through it as we do it. So follow along. So start with 3 breaths, breathing in and out, and in and out, in. As you get up, we'll do 4 claps. And then bring your arms down to your center, left on top of right. Find your vertical alignment. And just breathe. Breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. Breathe in the energy of the universe. Breathe out any tension, anything you don't need right now. And again, breathe in. Again. Third time. Then lift the hands up in 4 claps. And then left foot forward. Reach out, grab the surface of the earth and bring it back. So you're pulling in the energy, raw energy from the earth into your center. Eight. And breathe in. And clasp your hands left on top of right. Leave a little bit of space between the hands as if you have a butterfly or a chick in there and you don't want to squish it, but you don't want to let it run away. And settle that energy that you just collected into your body. And right foot forward. Grab the surface of the earth and collect more of that raw energy. Okay, and deep breath. And again, settle that energy. Let it flow freely through your body. And again, 3 breaths. Four claps. And then interlace your fingers, get on the toes, and as you bring it down with the ki to collect all that energy and unify yourself with the universe. Hey! And another breath. And 4 claps. Hey, awesome. So thank you for tagging along. If anybody has any questions, just put them in the chat. I should be able to see them. So one of the things that I noticed recently and wanted to explore here with you is how we can change the structure of our body to create space. And by creating space, we would allow for movement. And one example of that actually came up as part of a warm-up. Let's see if I can. Okay, so you know how in warm-up we're doing this exercise when we're bent over? Can you see me? You can see my body. And then we stretch up and stretch. So I was doing that in the class, and I realized that there's something that is worth mentioning. So if I just bend over, I actually just use the muscles of my upper body to bring the body forward. And then when I get up, I use the muscles of the upper body to bring it up. And I was wondering if there's a better way to do that that does not require the upper body, where I can actually just rearrange the angles of my own body to create space for my body to go. So, and I would encourage you to try that. Take a look once and then just try it with me. So if I'm standing upright, if I bend my knees and then I open the hips, you see what happened to my upper body? Actually just naturally started going down. And then when I'm here, if I want to go up, I bend my knees, I tuck my hips, and my upper body will go up. So I'd like you to try that for a little bit and see what happens if you just bend your knees, move your hips, bend your knees, move your hips. So you're actually not doing anything with the upper body. What you should be noticing is that after a few of those, you actually should start feeling your quads, and you should not be feeling your back at all. So bend your knees, you open the hips, the body goes down, you bend the knees, you tuck the hips, and the vertebra gets stacked up. So I'm changing my own body to create space for movement to happen. I bend the knees, I tuck the hips, movement happens. I bend the knees, I tuck the hips, movement happens. So then the question is, where else can that happen? So one thing that we do a lot is walking or changing harmony. So let's try that for a little bit. So if you're just changing harmony, if you're taking a step forward, Gary Sensei was asking us, where's the movement coming from? So if I just do it without thinking about it, but noticing what I'm doing, I plant the foot, I tighten here, I push this one forward. So I push this one to the earth, I kind of swing this one forward, and here I am with one step forward. A question, how can I create this movement by opening space and allowing for the movement to happen into the space I open? So if I'm standing here and I think about this, the front hip, there are muscles here that are holding it together. See if you can find them and release them. See what happens? I don't know if you can see my hip. I'm seeing everybody in this Hollywood square, so I don't know how much you can see of my hip. So there are muscles that are here holding this hip to this structure. I'm going to release them. See what happened to the hip? I released them, so this happened. So now I can step into that hole. Again, I'm standing, there are muscles all over that are firing, that are holding my structure. So I'm going to find the muscles here in this hip that are holding this angle the way it is. I'm going to release them, and that will create an opening. So let's just practice that for a little bit. So stand, find those muscles, release them, recognize that it creates a natural movement. And that's something that Skembry Sensei was doing in the beginning, where we were squaring our hips. So how do we square our hips? If you release that, the hips will square themselves, and then you can step forward. So let's try that for a little bit. And if you have questions or comments, just put them in the chat. So stand, find those muscles, release them. Let the body come forward. Find those muscles. It's kind of tricky to find them because we're not used to think about them. So see if there's like, what can I release in this hip so that it allows for this movement? What is tense here that I can release that allows for this movement? And you can do the same going backwards. So for going backwards, usually if I want to go backwards, I'm going to plant the back leg and kind of tense that. So that's my reference point. And then I'm going to shift weight so that the weight goes to the back leg. And I'm going to move the front leg backwards. But can I release something? Will actually have to be the front one. It's the same release. So can I release the front hip so that this movement starts to happen? And then do the step back. So the hips get released. And it's not easy. It took me a while to find where it is. So if you're confused, don't worry about it. Just pretend. First pretend that it might happen.
So I'm just noticing something that I thought's interesting is when I go backwards, I have to release the opposite, the leg that's moving. And when I
Yes.
go forward, I'm actually releasing the hip that stays still. So the opposite hip releases on me.
Yes. Yes, because you're hold on. So if I want to go forward, I'm going to release the forward one and then the backward moves. If I want to go backward, yes, that is correct.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
opposite.
Yeah. And then but thank you for mentioning that, because that will bring us to the next step. So if you have a reference point, and for this one, do not use a human as a reference point. So I have a chair. So like the edge of the chair can be a reference point. A handle of a door can be a reference point. A wall can be a reference point. So something that you can put your hand on in a place that is comfortable. So not too high, not too low, but just put your hand on something. Here, okay. This is tricky to make sure that you're seeing the right part of me. Okay, so I have my hand, I'm standing in Hamni, I have my hand on the edge of a chair. So now the chair and I are a system, right? And this is where I think the whole pandemic thing is very interesting, because most of us don't have a partner to use as a reference point. And that then requires us to work on what we do, because with a partner, it's very easy to start focusing on the partner. But right now I can't focus on a partner. My partner is a chair with a jacket, without a jacket. Here, I have undressed my partner. So my partner is a chair. So even though my partner is not an animate object and not something that can respond to what I'm doing, we are still a system now because we are physically connected. So now, as I'm connected to the chair, I'm going to try and release this hip without pushing or pulling on the chair. So my goal is to leave this hand in one spot and just to release this hip. And notice what happened. Gary Sensei was talking about noticing what happens. Notice what happens. So I'm not pushing, I'm not pulling, I'm just releasing the hip. And notice how the whole system arrangement changes. So as I release the hip, I can notice that slightly the pressure in my hand that is just laying on the edge of the chair has changed a little bit. it didn't change enough for me to push the chair or pull the chair, because I'm not trying to do that. I'm actually trying to leave it as is, but it changed. And it changed solely because I changed my body, I changed my structure, which means that when I'm creating a structure with another human, I can do the same, right? If I change my arrangement, my physical arrangement in space, the whole system changed because we are part of the same system. So try that and see, just notice what happens. So release this hip and see what happens. And Kay, to your comment, see what happens if you release this hip. So don't try to do anything to your point of reference, whether it's a wall or a chair or whatever it is. Don't try to do anything to it. Just notice what happens at the point of connection. And if you're noticing too much of a change, then you might be overdoing it. And then change hands so you can practice both sides. And for this exercise, if you can't find those muscles to release it, because that might be difficult, then just move it a little bit. Just pull it a little. So you're in Hamni, you have your hand on your reference point, just pull the front hip a little bit without changing the amount of pressure on your reference point, but you'll see that the distribution of the connection changes. And same here, and do that with the other side. So do that for a moment while I grab a human. Human. Hold on. Tim, can you come over?
Yeah.
So some of you actually have a human in your vicinity. If you do, I have a human.
I'm a human.
So if you do, while you practice this, I would encourage you to try also doing the same with the human. So just put a hand like this. So Tim's going to be my chair. No, you need here. So he's going to be the chair that I just put my hand on. So I'm just going to put my hand here. And he's just standing there and providing that connection. So now the two of us are a structure, right? So now if I change my hip, something changed in the way that we interact in this structure. And whether he feels it, I hope he feels it. So
Feels right.
when I open this hip, it creates a gap here. When I open this hip, it creates a gap here. So our structure changes, even though I haven't pulled or pushed. When I do that, he immediately resists because he knows what's happening. But if I'm just leaving my hand here and I open the hip, I just changed the way that our whole structure is set up. And there's a gap right here, and he knows it. So I can bring him into this gap. So this way I can practice, and we can do it both sides. Again, if I open this hip, it creates a gap here. If I open the back hip, it will create a gap here. So the back hip creates this one. The front hip creates this one. So thank you, human. So if you have a human and you want to play with it, go ahead and play with it. If you don't have a human, just find your reference point and try that. And Jacqueline, I see what you're doing there. You're doing it with a weapon, and Daniel also. That's an interesting way to do that. I'm not sure. That's an interesting point. Hold on, I'm going to try that. Yeah, that should work. That should work. You can do that with a weapon. Also, just open that hip. Oh, you can see me. So even if I'm holding this way, you can sense that something in the way that your relationship with the weapon has changed. And this way, by changing yourself in space, you are changing what happens around you. And again, we don't have to, but we can go into the philosophy of Aikido and how, to me, this is an essential part of what we're doing, because if I want to influence the world, I have to do that through changing how I am. And when I changed how I am, everything around me changed, even if it's just a tiny bit, even if it's something that people don't even notice, but it has changed. So, and the other thing that is important to me in this exercise is I don't put a lot of stress or effort or even almost attention to the point of contact. So whatever I'm interacting with, whatever I'm a system with, doesn't feel strained, but the whole system changes. So I keep my vertical alignment, I open this hip, this contact point hasn't changed much, but the whole system has changed. So then how can I do that in life? You know, how can I do that where I release a place that I am tensing up without compromising my posture, without compromising my values, without compromising my core, but I let something go in order to create movement, in order to create space for the rest of the system to move. One thing that I find myself oftentimes struggling with is when I'm pushing forward, I'm trying to make my partner do something. And as I'm pushing forward, I'm actually stopping my partner from moving. So we can probably turn that into an exercise. So if you have your reference point is your chair or whatever you had as your reference point, see if you can push on it a little bit. Push and see how it resists. I mean, if you're pushing on a wall, that's perfect because the wall should not resist. And then from here, leave the connection point where it is and build your vertical alignment. So you're pushing and then find your feet, your knees, your hips, align your body vertically. And you'll notice that this connection should release a little bit. Earlier, when we were practicing with a bucket of water or the cat, whatever people were holding, it's very easy for us to shift forward because we live in the forward part of our body because that's where the eyes and the arms are. So we live here. So if something is in front of us, we automatically shift forward. So one of my practices in Aikido as well all the time is to notice when I'm tensing forward and just rebuild myself back into the vertical alignment. And as Gary Sensei mentioned, sometimes even behind. So the way to do that is sometimes you can do it by exaggerating. So push that chair or that wall or that connection that you have, the reference point, and then find your feet, put your knees above your feet, put your hips above your knees, stack up your vertebrae into a vertical alignment where you feel like you are centered and you're a wholesome you. And you'll notice that if you're shifting that awareness into who you are, then that connection is no longer pushing towards the chair or towards the wall, and it's more of, I'm here, and you're still connected to that chair. And then that's when you can start creating more space. But that by itself would create a lot of space. So if you have a human, can I have my human, please? There he is. Okay. So if you have a human, I appreciate the laughing. Thank you for whoever's unmuted. So if I have a human, I can actually practice the same. So I'm going to push into you and you're going to resist. So, and this is actually something, if you want to show somebody what Aikido is, take a person who doesn't know what it is, have them do this and just push into each other. Right? So we're pushing into each other and I'm trying to win, obviously, because that's who I am. And then I'm going to remind myself who I am and why am I here? Where are my feet? Where are my knees? Where are my hips? Where is my vertical alignment? And what happened with Tim is that he did the same thing because he's a skilled martial artist. And now we're just connected and no longer in conflict. Same thing happens if I'm pushing, right? right now I'm pushing. And if you have a human with you, you can try that. Push into the human and then just find your vertical alignment. So I haven't pulled him, I haven't done anything to him. I just, and I use visual aids. So I'm realigning myself. So I'm I'm imagining that I'm realigning myself. So if you have a human, do that with a human. If you don't, do it with a wall or with a chair. So push into the other thing. So now we have a structure. If you think about it, going back to the concept of structure, our structure is very tense right now because I'm pushing and he's pushing, but it doesn't need to be. So if I realign myself, now the structure is much more loose and my partner is out of balance without me doing anything to him, without me doing anything to him. I am changing how I am in the world and in space. I'm pushing into him. I realize that's not what I want to do. I'm realigning. I'm realigning. Thank you. Any comments or questions so far? I feel like I'm just talking a lot, which is probably true because I am talking a lot. Any comments, any questions, anything?
Please unmute yourselves if you have a question. There's nothing.
Please unmute yourselves. I can't hear my voice anymore.
Hey, Ola. Hi, Ola.
Kathleen.
Hi. I pushed my human, which is a chair. So it tips slightly over. So I have this feeling this thing is pushing back. And when I realign myself, it'll tip back down.
Nice.
Pushing the chair back. This is interesting.
Nice. Yeah.
So without pulling the chair, it will come back with me.
Yes.
Even more, I can tip it the other way, but without pulling. That's interesting. Thank you for that realignment. Yeah.
And that is actually exactly the same thing that will happen with the human. So those of you who are practicing with walls and chairs, it's actually great practice because with humans, there's so much more that our brain brings in. Like it just like, whoa, I need to win. You know, that's my brain. And all other things that the brain brings in that when you have a human in front of you, but with a chair, it's like, it's you in the chair, you know? So you can actually really practice that.
A comment from Gary, starting the step allows me to release the hip easier. Thanks.
Gary, I don't understand. Explain, please.
You have to speak, Gary.
Sorry. So instead of just being in the stance, like you started it with us taking a step, right? Walking. If I start that inside, then I can actually find the muscle to release. It's harder for me to find that muscle if I just start in a stance. That's all.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, you promised it's an informal so that people will speak.
Absolutely. People, please speak up, engage. This is what it's all about.
Not a question, but I really just love how Ola is applying this to daily interactions because, yeah, I think Ola, throughout this class, I feel like the theme is it's not just on the mat or your training or whatever you're doing in the pandemic. I like those internal releases. We're focusing on the muscles and you're naming them, but also like how they connect to your values and ground. And it's really good practice. So thank you. I love this class.
Thank you. One of the things that, Tim, human, can I have you please? Oh, thank you for the heart. I love you too. Come over. So one of the things that, so for whoever didn't figure it out yet, Tim is just in the other room, so he can just run over and then he's here. It's magic. So one of the things that was very powerful and helpful for me in the whole apply Aikido to real life, quote, 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 because Aikido is real life and the whole, anyway, but you know what I mean. So one of the things that was very helpful to me is where is my focus and where is the center? So we talked about that, the vertical alignment, which is my own vertical alignment, which is, it's an excellent point, but there's also, once we become a system, as a system, we have a center, right? So if both of us are pushing in, right now, the center of where our system is right here, right? It's focused on the grip. You know how every time, you know, many sensei say, oh, don't focus on the attack, focus on the person or focus on yourself. And it always was a bit confusing to me. And this helps me understand it. One way to understand it is that if I am pushing into this point and he's pushing into this point, you're pushing, play along here, then as a system, the center of the system is right here, right between us, which means that technically we have equal rights on the center, and whoever is more skilled or more powerful will control it or will manipulate it because it's right here in between us. But the reason that it's between us is because I am right now shifted forward and pushing into it. I have abandoned my own center and my own vertical alignment and gave it to this point. I don't have to do that. I am the center. So once I regain my own center, my own alignment, this is secondary. So he doesn't have rights on it anymore, right? Because this is not the center, this is a satellite, right? I am the center. The center is going through my body, through where I am. And to me, finding it is an essential part of training, and finding it in the middle of technique, because I could be like, oh, I just gave away my center, take it back. And then I'm trying to do something and now I'm pushing into him. I just gave away my center again. Play along with me. I just gave away my center again because I'm trying to push on him. So right now you can't see it, but he feels that the center is on his shoulder because I'm pushing on it. So if I catch it in the middle of technique, I can be like, oh, hold on, I just gave away my center, bring it back. Now I'm the center again. Thank you, Human. So to Sam's comment, there was a point to this. To Sam's comment, when I have conversations / arguments with people at work, particularly my boss, we talk a lot. I love him dearly. We argue every day. We butt heads all the time. And that's how both of us keep growing. But one of the things that I started noticing a while back is, where's my focus? Am I focusing on this, where we met and butted heads, or can I bring it back to my center, my own core values and where I'm coming from? And I started practicing that, and it blows my mind how it works, because we would be arguing about minutia and details, and I'm like, hold on, here's what we're trying to do. And I show him the big picture, and he's like, yes, this is what we're trying to do. And all of a sudden, the minutia are minutia. Yeah, so thank you, Sam, for that comment. Somehow we got here. Any other comments?
I'm just being a devil's advocate as far as curiosity.
Yes.
You had the center of the conflict versus your center. What if you're putting it mentally or physically into your partner's center?
Human. I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Before trying it, I want to say that if I give up my center, then he is the center. And then regardless of who's holding whom, if I give up my center, if I translate it to, other things, if I give up my values, if I give up my, what I believe is the right thing to the system, whatever part of the system I am, I will deconstruct who I am. So to me, I would think that giving up the center to the rest of the system would deconstruct who I am. So on the physical level, I would think that would mean that I will push into him. Yeah, and he'll just, yeah. That being said, it's different from intentionally directing the movement and the whole system. So if I want to direct the movement, say over there to where he is or behind him, right now, if I just push, I'm running into him. But I realign my center, I open space, and I can go through to where he was. Thank you, Human. But without, the way I think about it, in my mind, those things are now so tightly connected. I think that this is something that, to me, is the one of the massive values of Aikido to me and to the world, is recognizing that my physical center, my physical alignment are representative and tightly connected with my mental, emotional, intellectual alignment and my core values, who I believe I am, how I believe I should be in the world. If I give that away to the system that's around me, it will deconstruct who I am, physically, mentally, emotionally, and all the rest. So actually, yeah, I do have an answer, apparently. Thank you for asking that question, Kay. I didn't realize I had an answer. The answer is, I don't want to give up my values and who I am, which means my center. That being said, referring to Sam Sensei's class, when you're taking Okemi, when you're moving, you might not be aligned, you might not be in balance, but you always have your center. So if I'm here, right, I'm not very much in balance, but I know where my center is. So if movement happens, I can regain my center and I can bring it back. And as I move, I know where my center is. So I know who I am and what I bring. Even if I'm okay and I'm being thrown and I'm, unable to execute the technique the way the technique was shown for whatever reason, I still keep my center. I still know where it is. I still know how it moves. I still recognize what happens and take it in. Gary Sensei was talking about being aware and taking in information. Everything is information. I take it in. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great question or comment. Anything else? I don't actually have like more exercises. I can come up with exercises, or we can do the Shinkoku again, or we can just talk and come up with thoughts and ideas, or
well, okay, so I'll go again on another thing then.
Yeah.
So, and I'm just extrapolating this to the bigger world, right? To everyday life. So I think it's fascinating the way you're talking about that, and it makes sense. You keep your values, you align yourself, you're good. What about looking at the uke or your opponent or your conflict's views and being able to accept those views? How would you interpret that into Aikido? And I don't know if you have an answer or not, that's okay. But like, you want to be open to their ideas and keep your own ideas.
Absolutely. I don't know if I understand the question correctly, so I'll just say stuff, and if it's completely off, then just redirect me. But part of what I'm looking for is how do I bring myself into situation and into the world in a way that does not create active conflict? Or if I do find myself in an active conflict, how do I release, hip here, shoulder here? How do I release some things to allow for movement? And it's actually very interesting because at times I do find myself in situations where I'm like deep into butt heading, and I'm like standing for my opinions because I know I'm right, and the person I'm talking to is standing for his opinions because he knows he's right. It's usually he, and here we are. So to me, one way to create space is to expand beyond this. because many times where the butting heads happens is the smaller parts, is the how we do things or what we do or whether this is working or that person or whatever it is. Or if you do human, can I have a human? Hold on the way. So again, just grab my hand. So the conflict will happen here in the small part. Your question was, how do I incorporate what he sees? I just need to me, the first part is to recognize that I'm focused on the conflict and get out of the conflict, and then just embrace him into where I am, so that the whole part. I'm sorry, this class ended up being me talking a lot, so I'll just keep talking because you seem like it's working. I want to find, and this is my translation of that on the physical level. I want to find where he's coming from. So I want to be in my center. I want to find my bigger self rather than me just, I'm going to win this one. I'm going to find my bigger self, and then I'm going to find his bigger self and take those somewhere. I don't know if you could see that. Let's do it here. So if we're in conflict here, I'm being small, he's being small. I want to expand myself. This is my center. And then I want to figure out where he's coming from. And then we can see I can see where he's coming from. He's not very stable right now. I don't know if that answered the question.
No, that's a great, I just wanted to see your physical manifestation of that. I was curious.
Oh, was that it?
That was it. Yes, that's beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you.
Well, to me.
So Ola,
yes.
You know, all of this kind of comes back to what you were talking about in the beginning with Mary Heine and, trying to change the other person or change oneself. And, you illustrate it beautifully. And, like when we start out, and that can be for a long time, we learn classical style, we learn certain movements. Oh, you and I had an interaction on the mat where I was trying to do Ikkyo to you because that's what we were doing. And you mentioned that I was pushing and then I stopped push. It's like if we're too attached to the form, then we're not willing to change ourselves. And it's the same thing in the conversation or the argument. If we're too attached to the outcome, to winning, so much of this is about self-awareness. And I remember when you taught at Boulder, you emphasized being the backside, because so often we're on the front side. Taino Henko, we're right in that point of conflict. So the backside, that completely changes it. Jan Sensei said something very similar about the yin side of the arm. So this is really incredible, advanced training, and to see you beautifully illustrated is magnificent because you just did it with your partner there, how, and we have to recognize when we're attached to the form, to the conflict, to whatever it is. And that sometimes is one of the hardest things to do. So sorry for me talking so much, but all of this is coming together, and it's nice to have a group of people where we can actually, discuss it, what's really going on.
This is actually a perfect comment because it kind of brings it back to where I was going to go with this class, which is releasing parts of your body to make space, basically when you're stuck. So human, can I have a human? You should just stay here. Where is he? There you go. So you mentioned Ikkyo, maybe this direction. No, so if yes. So if I'm trying really hard to do Ikkyo on Tim, and I'm pushing and I'm stuck. So to me, those are the best moments when I'm training, finding the moment when I'm stuck and then just like pause there And Tim is doing a great job helping me practice because he's letting me be stuck. So right now, if I scan myself, I'm pushing forward. My weight is forward, my arms are forward. So I'm going to look for, I don't know if you can see. Okay. With my hips, can I release something? So I just released this hip and it created space. And it's difficult to see. Hold on, you can be here. But when I'm stuck, the way for me to look at it is how can I make space, right? One option is, push harder. That could work. Or we are a system. I can release something in myself. I just dropped my shoulders a little bit. So if I drop my shoulders, now he has fallen out of his center. So somehow this made sense. Hold on with your comment. But to me, the question is, how can we make space to allow movement to happen rather than what do we do to make movement to happen? So how do I change? How do I, where do I drop the shoulder or drop the elbow or tuck the hips? So one of the things that I do a lot, I tend to push the hips out. So this helps me a lot, just like tucking the tailbone. So tucking the hips create a lot of space here. So there are a lot of ways that we can adjust our own bodies to change the way that we are connected to the other person in a way that creates space for them to move. And then they just fall into that space and you don't have to push them or pull them on or force them into that space because you rearrange how you interact so that it's comfortable and easy. And that's when Aikido happens. And that's what I'm looking for. How can I arrange my body in such a way that will make it easy for the person to fall into it?
Beautifully said.
If I can add something, so something that you said kind of stuck with me. We tend to think that balance only happens when we're static, and we can be balanced in movement. And I think that one of the things that you've been doing throughout class today is really showing that Nage, in all of the adjustments that we do, we are in many ways taking ukemi. So we are Nage and uke at the same time. And if we look at our partners or whoever it is in this new structure that we are constructing as being both, at all times being both sides of that same bigger coin, the fact that we are allowing for each other to move is not a concession. It's just an opportunity for getting unstuck. So I don't see Nage here having to win necessarily to make progress, right? Allowing perhaps uke to get to a place where there is a sense of, oh, now I can manifest myself and maybe move a little bit into the world would allow for you then to continue this conversation, right? But I love this idea of really looking at this continuous being balanced by creating movement, right? Not being afraid of movement because then you're going to be quote unquote unbalanced and stuck. So thank you for that. That just kind of goes like.
Right. I think we're losing people, so maybe we'll bow out and then
we can chat further.
Whatever Kay tells us to do. So one bow, two claps, one bow. Domo arigatou gozaimashita.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That was a wonderful, wonderful class. and really appreciate it. Lots of great instructors today. This has really been wonderful. Really appreciate it. Some people had to hop off, but they hated to hop off because they had other commitments. But really appreciate everybody joining and participating and turning their cameras on, even though sometimes it's not always comfortable to do so. But anybody that wants to stay on and has any questions, please do so. Otherwise, thank you very much. And it's been a great seminar.
Yeah, thank you, Kay, for facilitating and herding us and making sure we are doing the things.
No problem. I'm getting used to doing this. This is my new experience during COVID. Hosting many seminars. But anyway, really great stuff. This is very good. Appreciate it. Any questions, anybody?
Well, I'd just like to make a comment following on Ruth's comment, because it seems to me if I'm attached to a particular form or execution as Nage, then I'm not being uke. Also, I'm not sensitive. I'm not doing Aiki. I'm just performing, you know, a kata, basically. But this person may not want to follow that regime. You know, Aikida Sensei talks about it all the time, an honest attack versus just falling for the person, you know. So it depends on what our agreement is, but at this deeper training, if we're both finding the form in the moment, there's a real beauty in that. But it's also a little, I have to be aware and not attached to a particular, you know, design, that it has to look a certain way or be a certain way, or this foot has to be this way. And, you know, which was a good part of my traditional training for the first 22 years was, you know, being yelled at dame, you know, it's not the, you know, anyway, but attachment has a lot to do with it, I think, you know, or being open.
I really like your concept of wanting to realign yourself, because often when we are in a technique and you say like, I'm trying to do something to my partner, I'm actually becoming uke. If I push, I am uke. So I am absorbing my aggressor's values by becoming the aggressor. So by inviting the aggressor in and refining my balance, then I can become one or blend. So the only way I can blend is to welcome the attack and then go with it. So I really like this. It's like, I don't want to be over there. I use the point of contact, which is the communication device. The communication device I don't do anything with, but I welcome the other person and finding my center into my sphere. But then I'm in control. I really like this concept. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really great way to think about it. That if as Nage I'm pushing, I'm becoming uke. Yeah. And if he's skilled enough, he's going to realign to his center, and there I go.
It reminds me of a technique, or what I don't call it a technique, but a movement that someone tried to teach me 20, 25 years ago. You make that contact, your uke makes that contact, you release, and then you can move. And it really helped me to not use muscle.
Yeah, I think as soon as there's a push, somebody can use it, right? Use that against you once you get the push. It's okay, thank you. Quite nice. Well, everyone, the seminar is over. I know you don't want to leave, but if you have any last minute things, I posted most of the links to everyone's dojos and everything. You can save the chat if you want. There's 3 little dots in the bottom. And if you click on that, you can save chat. And if not, you can always email me. Most of you probably have my email if you have any questions. And thank you very much. It's been great. Really, really enjoyed it. So thank you.
Thank you, Kay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.